It says holy shit right there. Alright, let's find the other one. Okay. Let's see. Where is it? Hey, what's up, everybody? What's going on? I'm just looking for a specific piece. I was already putting it together. I figured I'd just hop up in here, but then, it became I decided I need to change something. So give me 1 second while I find this fucking picture, and then we'll get started. Okay. So, welcome. First off. No, that's not it. Seeing if I can find the same image somewhere else. So give me 1 moment while I scroll through these. I know it's there somewhere. I feel it. You ever just feel like you know that there's something there? You guys want to learn some really interesting stuff? Hey, look. No, what the fuck was that? Cancel that shit. Alright, look, right here. Fuck it, we'll just stick with these 3 for now. Let's make this big as well. So I thought we would look at some imagery, right? Some images. Okay. Now look, right? It's funny because they'll tell you that things like this are demonic and all this other shit, but meanwhile, their shit mirrors it literally. It's literally the mirroring of it. You know, the story of Cain and Abel comes from Set and Horus. Did you know that? It's the same story. One does what they can do, one wants... See, right? The one that does what he can do, right? Horus, he carries the messages like he's supposed to, right? But Set, right? That medulla, right? He has he can do what he's able to do, right? Now, the problem with Set was that he wanted to do more than he was able to do. Right? He wanted to rule over the kingdom, is the story that they gave you. Right? The kingdom. Right? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. And if it doesn't have to deal with this subject, I don't want to talk about it. Okay? Just letting you know. Specific lives have specific subjects, right? Try to stay on point with that. At least I try to. Right? So look, I want to show you, right? See this right here? All right, right? See, this one's nice and plain because it's large, right? It's large. But I want you to notice some things, right? Now, I've already shown you that he represents the circle of Willis, right? He represents the basal ganglia, and this is your pons and your medulla, the thing that connect the head to the neck, okay? That's the part that connects your spinal column to the brain, okay? This is the thing that sends the information from your brain down throughout the body and back. He represents the endocrine system in its entirety, okay? That's why he holds the rod and the staff, okay? So, this is this, right? It's just it's a variation of it because of a different time. Because There he is right there. Okay. Now, a lot of people that have been taught things about these things have a very hard time accepting the things that I talk about. Right. But the thing is that you can't go to your elders that told you about this and have it make more sense than the things that I tell you about it. That should tell you more than enough about it. But the fact that the things that I've figured out from it go along with the stories that you've had, and I've gone to none of your elders to find it out, and it was just by simple observation, should tell you something about me. I don't take time to look into things to go and make stuff up. Okay? Whatever this tells me, I tell you. That's how it works. Okay? So first we go with the basics, right? Which is the body, of course. All right? That's what all these faces are about. Okay? See, you have the energy that's passing through, right? Notice how one goes out and he's being held by this one, right? So it's coming from here to here, right? Same way as it's being transferred, right? From one to the other, right? Now, things that most people might miss right off the bat is that this is a cross. If we go from here down, it also goes to a cross. Just the same way as these two. Hold on. But the variances are clear. Okay? See, there have been adjustments that have been made, right, over time. Things get changed over time, all right? From one time, it went to something that was a lot easier to see, right? You see, they carry the spirit, transfer the spirit, right? And they also hold on to the spirit. Okay? Now, I want you to notice some things. Let's see what kind of creatures they got in this one. My first time looking at this one. So we'll go over it together. Alright, let's see what this is real quick. Alright, let's see what this is real quick. See what it makes. I guess it's good that I draw. Because if I didn't draw, I probably wouldn't be able to figure these things out so easily. So give me 1 second. Let's see what it actually is. Because it's starting to just be a skull. Was something coming out of the mouth. All right? Why would it be something coming out of the mouth? Because the word creates. So right off the bat, you already know that you're dealing with frequencies. Right? Okay. Now, notice how it's passing. Right? But this cloud looking thing, let's see what that is. Alright, so you got the bone here. And what is this? Got a flower here. this is passing here. It's going to the nose. See the face? See? These are the teeth, right? And this is the nose. So we've got speaking, smelling, or seeing. We'll know when we get to the final. Oh, there's something familiar, right? No. It's kind of hard to tell with this one. Nah. Okay, so this is the mouth closing onto something. And this is going in the mouth. So let's back this out. We all know what this is right here. Now, the thing that makes these older ones more difficult is figuring out which one is a crack in it and which one's where it's supposed to be. All right. You can't miss details, right? Because if you miss details, then you can't get the right picture. Okay. All right, so look, right? Just things to notice, right? Oop. See the rotation taking place? All right, look, right? You have the flower here, right? So that's what? Fresh energy. It's fresh. It's created. Flowers do what? They bloom, right? Open wide, okay? Going in the mouth. So we're going to take a look at this hat. We need to do some numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's make sure it's just 12, not 13. See, it's not like these things change. Right? It's a half. All right. So you got the 12. So you already know what that's dealing with right off the bat, right? There's only two things in the body that have fucking 12 that are at the top. All right? That's vertebrae and the cranial nerves. Okay? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 12 there. So let's see what this breaks out to. Alright, so this one's already different than the other one. So there's a cycle taking place. That's the eye. Alright, 2 stripes there, 2 stripes there, 2 stripes there. Can't say right there for sure. Let's see. 2 stripes are here. Alright. Starting to get a little familiar. Alright. For those of you that have been on my channel for a little bit, you might actually already have an idea. Well, I know that you already know what the basics of it is. At least you should by now. We've been at this for some time. Alright, so we're just gonna bring it all to life real quick. Because you need to know the specifics when it comes to these things. And it's a lot harder when they're older because they kind of fade a little bit over time. But it's alright. We get it right. Some of it's definitely missing though. Oh, I know what this one is. I've seen it before. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then what is this here? So what do you think that would be? You see how it's being given? Alright, that's what the little, look. If you look right here, it's passing over to it. I messed it up, sorry, my bad. See? Pouring into it. It's going into the mouth, right? And then you see the seed that's growing inside of the brain, right? Now watch, I'll get you a couple diagrams of the brain and you'll see this. Matter of fact, fuck it, I'll just show you now. Hold on a second. Let's go like this. Anatomy. Let's see. Where is it at? Because it's always about this one part. Because the one part controls everything. So it's always there. Why? Because everything that you experience starts internally. And for those of you that get all fucking weird about it, that's where this came from. Okay, so let's just be clear on some shit. The very reason that you have the images that you have in all of this stuff is because it came from other things that were taught. Remember, the Greeks and the Romans went and studied where? Which was actually here. Okay, so Okay, let's get back to this one. All right, let me see if I can get this little thing to drop in there. Shrink this down. And let's get it, let's go with a nice dark blue. And you can't see that shit at all. All right, let's go with a light color. Ooh. I know what the problem is. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just grab it. Hold on. Let me just get you the actual picture of the brain. Give me 1 second. That'll do. Now you see it? Yeah, let me go like this, right? Go like this, and go like this, and let's go up one more layer. And let me ask you again. Now do you see it? Now do you see that this is this eating this? This is this, and that's why you see this up here above it, above the water. Does that make it easy? Like, that makes it crystal clear, right? You do see that, right? Like, you can't deny these things. For all those motherfuckers that are probably in my chat right now that think that you came from this, that decided you was gonna come in here and make fun of me and try to fucking... I seen y'all in the comments. Yeah. Here, let me show you like this. Maybe this will help you out a little bit, okay? It's a diagram of your fucking brain. And y'all be talking so much shit, but you don't even know the shit that you're talking to me about. I find it entertaining at the least to know that you would sit there and argue and then not even apologize when I show you more shit about the shit that you're from than you think that you are, right? Because let's go like this, go like this, and go back down here to this one, click on that and that. All right, so let's see. Here's the eyeball. Here's the top part. Oh wait, you know what the problem is? I gotta go up a layer. Hold on. Let's do it that way. That'll make it so you can actually see it the same or close. See this right here is in fact this right here. That's the eyeball and the top part. And if you notice, there's a little sprout part that comes out like this, which would be what? Oh, the little thing that's coming out and going. Let me back it up a little bit so you can see it, so that you can't say that I'm making it up. There's one that's up, and then one that's down, and it goes around. Oh. All right, and right next to that, you got some what? The parts, the 3 parts that connect down into. Okay, and then this was this part, which is explained on this part. It shows you. Okay, so that's your dude from there. Oh, my bad. Yeah, let me go like that. Look, it's even got this mark right here where this is. This is the eye. This is the nose. This is the top part. This is what's in the top part. There's water. And then your skull that breaks into pieces, right? Your skull is like this, and then a piece here, and here, and here. Kind of like this part up top with the pieces, right? And this is your jawline. This is this here. All right? See, the cerebellum part is this here, where they have the line capped off on it. You get me? This is this. That's your brainstem. This is receiving instructions from your brainstem. See? Notice how this ball right here ends up right here. And then it goes from here to here. Now it's internal. All right. Okay. It combined it. It was moving. It grew once it was attached. That's an idea. It's a thought. Yeah. Get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. Back to this. All right. So. Notice how, right? Why do you think they tell you have brain stems? Why do you think they give you so many plant references? You know, plants your thoughts. Oh, they planted that idea in my head. I can't. You get what I'm saying? Gotta make sure we get these details right. Make a difference. Come on. See, look. You think people only have 4 fingers? Where's the thumb? Y'all don't tell me this bumpy ass thing's supposed to be the thumb. Right, because that's going in the wrong direction. Now, look, some things that you probably wouldn't recognize right off the bat, right? But you see the face? It's got the lips and the mouth's a little open. There's a face right here. That's the eyeball. All right. Why? Why would they put a face in the palm of the hand? Hey, you know where? Hey, what saying do you hear? The world's in the palm of your hand. Right? See how the face is going into that? Right? The top of your spinal column's called the what? The atlas. Right? And from the top of the spinal column going down is called your axis, right? The atlas and then the axis, right? Now you're told that the word atlas is for maps, and so making, setting the world basically, right? Think about that. So you have the world and its axis controlled by the neck, right? So if your face is in your palm, you're holding the world in your hands. Exactly, Guru, exactly. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. The whole wide world in his hands. That shit. Remember that shit? Don't worry, I know I'm not a singer, and I apologize if that hurt any of you. Hey, look, right? So the reason that it's actually like that is because it's the thought that's being exchanged. All right, that's what hands do. They grab things, they hold things, they exchange things, they carry things, they embrace things, they break things, they strengthen, they weaken things, right? Hands do a lot of things. So if you notice, one hand has it, right? And the other hand doesn't. But I want you to notice some things about this hand, right? Because you might be thinking that it's just a hand, but it's not. Because your heart goes like this. There's your fucking heart. Look, you see the separation between the valves? See how it doesn't exist here? You understand? That's why it's going into it. Right? Look. This one also has the two coming off of it. Right? And that's the foundation of what he's standing on. Right? But the other guy's holding on to him, right? You see? They do very good work. Like, you gotta give it to them, yo. They were fucking geniuses. Like, they were fucking crazy smart with this shit. Look, you wouldn't even think of half this shit. See the face? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think there's a 12th on there. But I don't want you seeing I'm making it up. Look, there's a line here, and a line there. It goes all the way out. It makes a full crescent. All right. Don't be mad, but that's a colored face in there. Okay, don't be mad at me. That's just how history goes. Like, you can't fucking get mad about it when you hear it on TikTok, when you've already heard it your whole life. Like, I don't know why people act weird about that shit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh wait, there's a band in here. It goes like that. So I couldn't see the band on the other side, right? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, that's weird. It goes right into it. Look. Alright. Now, let's look at this for a second. 12 and 15. What's that? It was 12 and 15. Hey, you better start paying attention to this shit. Because what's 12 and... That's 3 and 6. Hey, you know what 9 is, right? You do realize what 9 is, right? And why 6... You know why they fuck with you about 69? Do you know what it is? Hey, look, right? Okay, think about this for a second, right? Let me see if I got a blank space. Give me this. All right, whatever. Give me this space over here. All right, look. This is the thing about 6 and 9, right? 6 and 9, right? If you put them together... Right? This is basically what you get out of that. Just so you know. Alright, but that's not the point. Look, check this out, right? The reason why it's important, right? Because you have half a mind, half a heart. Another half of a mind and another half of a heart. Right? Now, these two things are supposed to work in unison. Okay? So, the 6 is what goes down to the heart. The 9 is what goes up to the mind. Right? That's where it gets completed at. Okay? See, your 3 is half of each. That's also your B, which is also half of each. Because alpha and omega are both the A's. Okay? See, B is the brain down to the heart. See, all this shit is hieroglyphs, yo. They just tell you, they just give you funny little words like number and letter, so that you're confused as fuck. They'd be like, hey, you know, writing sigils is satanic and stuff. Meanwhile, everybody's just like, yeah, my name's... Oh, look, you just did a whole bunch of shit, because that's a part of the cross, but it's not the whole thing, right? So, see, look, right? Because you know where the J actually came from? The ascending artery, but it's been reversed. Right? You know, the shepherd's staff. You get me? That's your letter J. So, you know, that's why you see things, right? Because, you know, that's half your brain right there. Right? See, it keeps going back. Right? Because that's just a piece of it, right? But if we add that on there, right? You see what I'm saying? You see how your letters are just... See, this is just this section. They got you believing you got so many different letters. Right? That's why it's Babel. That's why you're in Babylon. You speak Babel. This is nonsense. Right? What's your E? your E is, let me show you like this, right? It goes like this. It's still that 6, right? This is still that's your 9, right? F, right? G. Now H is an oddball, right? That's a new one. Right. Or is it? Do you know the type of things that you're involved in? Like really, do you? Do you really know what it is that you're up to? Right? Isn't that also your I? I already showed you what the J was. K. L. M. N. No, they're just showing you different flows within the body, and they told you they were these interesting thing called letters and numbers. That's all they're doing. It's just all symbolism, man. Every last bit of it. They just told you that it has a specific sound and a specific this and a specific that, and you're like, all right, that makes sense. I was too. That's why I'm talking to you with it. But you get it and I get it, so I guess that works for it, right? So, let's get back into it, right? Now you know why it's so funny that, like, you know, the 3 and the 6 are right there. You know? Just the numbers, right? Why they're so important, right? It's a lot of stuff going on, man. A lot of stuff going on. People don't really even take the time to think about too much, you know. I get it. I get it. There's somebody like me that will. Yeah, makes the time to. Get me. All right, so let's take a look at this guy real quick. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 right off the bat. All right, and those have X's on them. Bing, 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 bing. All right, so these are chambers. They go like that. And what is that? What is going on with the hands here? See, this is the thing, right? Is, you know, I know that I've shown a couple people. When I say a couple, I mean hundreds of thousands of people this stuff. Yeah. And you're going to find that there's some people that seem to do similar things that used to hang out with me that'll try to tell you not to listen to me. But I actually show you what things are. They tell you to look for it and tell you you're stupid if you can't see it. If you pay attention, that's blind faith. And a lot of y'all are agreeing just because you don't want to seem like you're out of the loop. And I know that because you literally are looking at shit. Just I can't even explain it to some of you. Like, you know, like I'm sorry, but some of the shit that people be claiming just be outrageous. And they don't have no way to tell you except it's basically going to church. You're like, you see it? If you don't see it, then you don't believe in God. That doesn't make it real. You don't have to try to convince yourself to see something that you don't see. Things I show you, once I show you what it is, it's like, yeah, that is that. I don't have to work at it. I just show you because that's what it is. Nothing that I'm doing, you can't figure out yourself. Ooh, look, they're holding on to that. Okay. Don't let these people try to convince you that they are doing something special that you can't do. All it takes is time, patience, and a little bit of guidance. And most of the people that are going to tell you about this stuff used to follow me. And if they tell you that they didn't learn it from me and start bad-mouthing me, that's because they know that I taught them. And they can't get away from it. Because they start speaking on things that don't make sense, and then people correct them and go, hey, look, no, this other guy said this, and you should probably go listen to him. No. And so he's got to get aggravated at that from time to time. Right? But I can't control that. I can't control that. You know, it's not my problem. I'm going to say it for what it is. And then I'm going to show you how it's what it is. So, I should have did this a different color. All right, that one should have been the blue one. This one should have been the red one. Because this is the actual nerve stems themselves. Okay? This is the bones going to the bones. That's why it's got the skull and why it's going into the skull. The little man, that's your energy. Okay? That's your thought. Right? See, this is the thing, right? Is, we're going to talk for a second, right? When you're going through life, right? What you hold on to also gives you the motivation and the ideas that build up your future. Okay? The thing is that, you know, when you hold on to things too tight, they always try to get away. You see how he's got his legs out, like he's moving away? You see that, right? It's like he's trying to go to the next thing, right? Now look, all right, so these are the 4 parts of the brain, right? That's why it splits into the 1, 2, 3, 4, all right? And it's represented 4 times because there's 2 different processes that each one has to go through, right? Because it's your emotional response determines the response of all of the other parts of it, right? Because that controls how much energy is given into what, right? So the thing is that, you know, what you hold dear to you, right? Holding it close to the heart, right? See how this one actually is the heart right here. Look. This. No, I think that one will do better. Oh, that's why it's way too fucking big. You see it? You see how it has the 1, 2, 3 that are the 1, 2, 3, and then it's got the thumb. Why do you think the thumb goes off all weird like that? That's not how a thumb normally goes. Hey, what's up, Jay? All right. Now look, also, right? Notice how on this side, on this hand that's receiving the face, you see the 1, 2, 3, 4. Oop, shit. My bad. Yeah, put that. Right? The same 1, 2, 3, 4 as you see down here. See the 1, 2, the 3, and the 4. Okay? The 4 different valves. Okay. Ooh, where is it? Boop. Now look. If you look underneath of it, right? You got one here coming down, one here coming down. Right? But on this side, you've also got 2 going out. Right? There's this platform here, and what do you see in the platform? Right? What do you see in the chambers? Different chambers, right? Now look at the difference. See how this one is just a regular guy? Let's see what this is. That. Bing, bing, bing. Oh, there's them 3 again. And that comes. Okay, so that's his legs. And there's his little foot. Bink. Alright, but what's going on here? Let's see what this is. What is he sitting on top of? It looks like a tree. There's a tree over there. But over here, look at this. This is not the kindest looking creature. Alright. Now, I already showed you up top what it was, what these things represent. It's the same thing. Right? It's just the information that's being exchanged. Right? It's the spirit of it, or the what? The attitude. Okay. Gotta see what these things make sometimes. That's starting to look like fucking Trump. Oh god, we found Trump. Alright, let's see. Let's go like that. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's 2 separate ones. That's got a ball on it, and this comes down like this. See the difference? Grow up, Margarita. I'm right here. If you that sensitive, you gotta go. Here, get out of here. Shoo. Go be sensitive somewhere else. It was a joke. You're an adult. There's worse things in life than saying that one of them looks like Trump. That's his fucking haircut right there. All you gotta do is clip it. Right there. That's your boy. What the hell? What's so fucking horrific about that? It's a joke. Learn to laugh. Sheesh. You get that upset now till he motherfucking snatches up your cousin, then it'll be a whole different tune. Wage war on you. You're defending them. People are off the chain these days. Now look, I want you to check this out, right? Notice how this is on his leg. Why would it be on the leg? What does the leg show? Foundation. Now, if you notice, there's an exchange going because one has the orb and then one has spices. See how it's passing through? Okay, those aren't bells. Yeah, I thought it looked like them too for a second. I thought I'd share with you my humor, but apparently that doesn't go. That doesn't go appreciated. Shit. So, anyway, look. I just look like it. What the fuck? I ain't saying nothing about the man at all. That's the crazy part about it. Ooh, wait, that line don't go there. Look, there's no line there. But we're trying to do this accurately, okay? Don't get mad at me because the accuracy is accurate. I didn't design this thing. Because I don't think I did. But it is possible. There's a line there that's missing. Just here. Oh, nope, that don't go there either. It stops right here. And then there's two that come in like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 here. Duh, that's the fucking. You see this shit forming right here? Wait. Duh. Look, that's the fucking brain right there. Look, almost in its entirety. Hidden behind the A, of course, right? See how it's got the 1, 2, 3, 4 sides? Alright? And then at the bottom it's got the 2. It's kind of hard to see with the A on there, but the A kind of fucks it up. I don't want to guess. We'll just have to leave that part blank. Fucking Alamo. I like things to be clear. Hey, who's this dude sitting here? Why is he turning into a mermaid? That's an interesting one. You guys missed it here. Let me show you. See his little head right there? And then his arm comes out like that. And these are his legs, but they wrap around like that. And oh, okay. They're turning into the waters. Look. Boop, boop. Alright. Don't they have like a thing of this that's... Well, I can't trust what they do anyway, so I'll just do it myself. Fuck that. That's what got us into trouble in the first place, is trusting other people to do stuff. Hey, shit, did ourselves. Bing, 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 bing. Where's that cell again? No, that's just a crack. Shoo, man. A lot of detail goes into these things, man. You don't see it. Look, that's just this little tiny portion. You get what I'm saying? Look. You see how? Hey, look, and these things, you'll see a lot of these in the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Look, all right, look. See, first off, look, you see what this is, right? You know what that is. That's a land. But it's also a worm. And it's also the... Okay? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. But look. See this right here? In the hieroglyphs, it looks like this. And the hieroglyphs you're used to seeing, right? That's what this was turned into. Right? This is this. Right? Fucking, let's see. You want? Hey, look, I'll show you all these different fucking hieroglyphs in here. Yeah. Like, this is this. Notice how this one has the circular things coming off the top of it, whereas this one has these coming off the top of it. This is this guy right here, but being held on to. It's the same. It's the same information. It's literally the same information, because this is. And then you got all that shit that goes like that. Right. Bang. There's your corpus callosum. Binding two sides. Okay, look, right? This is this section. Yeah, the pons, yeah. This guy over here is this one. Okay. The middle guy, notice how the middle one looks more human than the rest. Right? Eating it. This one. This one. All right. Damn, some of this stuff's a little too blurry in here. This is a face. I do know that much. The count is going to be off on these, but more than likely it's the same as the other side. As far as the value would go, but the image will be different. Yeah, nah. I ain't gonna be able to draw that out. See, the thing is, right, is that what I've come to realize is that all of these images all share the same ideology and patterns, right? But the way that it's portrayed will be portrayed in different ways. Why? Because then you'll get the big picture, right? The similarities that go from nation to nation, from people to people, right? Translated through unrighteous injuries and riches that were got by deceit, right? The thing is that these lack the depth, because they tried to mimic it in a way that would make it so that it could hold the same type of message, but they couldn't. Because there's no way for you to pack all of the information in something like this into something as basic as this. You understand? That's the problem. That's why they just went to the words, because they didn't want people taking interpretation. They wanted to give direct instruction. Okay? Because each one is a tool to create archetypes. All right? Look, you got the Muslim one that creates the warrior archetype, right? But, you know, that's soldier shit. Soldiers are easy to control and easy to convince to do horrific shit. You've got Christianity, the submissive archetype. Right? Always waiting on somebody else to come and do it. That makes them easy to flood. See, each one was used as a tool, right? You have the Catholics. The Christians and the Catholics share one archetype, which is occupation. Okay, they take up space, right? And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. Just hear me out on this for a second, right? Look, you have the ones that take up space. Who creates the space? That's why all of the prophets and things were... You get me? They're the ones that do the dividing and conquering. Right? They break it down. Right? That crashes infrastructure. Which opens up the way you understand? See, this one, look, check this out, right? There's levels to this, okay? This is the thing. This one, right here, is in the middle of all of them. Right? Because each one has it. Right? All of them have it. Now, this archetype creates a sense of protection. And an example of conquest. Right? Now, each one has it in there, except for this one, where it comes from. That's why he is. Never renounces it the whole entire time. And everybody in the Bible that's like a prophet or something like that is also. See, that's a subconscious programming, right? So these ones are more lenient with these ones, right? These ones up here, the Muslims are lenient towards them. Okay, that's why they were given the same thought process, but one was created to just fucking right through shit. Right? So each one of these is a construct. Now you have specifics. You have one that was tested to aim directly at specific groups, right? This one is aimed directly at what was known as the opposition, which was the originator, which was, hey, look, if you have a problem with me using the word colored, I don't give a fuck, because I know what black means, so I don't like to use it, okay? I don't correct my grandma, and I didn't bother my dad about it when he would talk to me about it, but, you know, I don't like to call myself black because I know what that means legally. So does colored, so, you know, I'm a man at the end of the day, okay? But, you know, to the Mormons, you're a problem. Specifically, see, they were an archetype that was created specifically with one purpose, right? This one doesn't care what you look like. If you're a part of it, you're a part of it. If you're not, you're not, right? This one only accepts what's a part of it, right? But doesn't care about the other colors either. This is one of the few ones that is specifically created to deal directly, because everything is basically aimed at conquest. There, let me write it how it should be. Conquest. They want to get rid of the cons, the priests. See, these are the real, right? Okay, so the conquest is to eliminate the Americans. Because the Americans are the source of where it all comes from, and they're the only ones that have the ability to actually see these things for what they are. That's why everywhere else that you go, all they tell you about, see, this is, and you know, if you were raised with these type of things and shit like that, like, don't take this the wrong way, but if you were taught that these were gods, and that they were performing rituals and things, you were misled. That means that you didn't, if you don't have the ability to see beyond that into what these things truly show you, this is philosophy, science, alchemy, you know, astrology, numerology, all packed into one. Right? That's why the faces that have specific things are also tied to specific astrology. Right, because there's times of months that certain things are going to alter the way that your body operates, which is going to also alter the way that you see the world. You understand? So, learning all of the things that they've been putting putting out about these things and reinforcing them by considering them what they tell you that they were instead of what they really are, construes the message that you receive. Right? That's why typically your mind would almost go blank unless you actually heard a story about these things. Yeah, lost the visual, exactly. And it's the ability to see it that was taken from you. Right? That's what it was. It was the ability to see it that was removed. Right? They told you they went around trying to destroy everything that wasn't Catholic. Right? In the Roman Crusades. Right? And they were burning the temples and the libraries. Well, the temples were the libraries. Why do you think all the temples you see have burn marks on them? Those were the libraries they were burning. You get me? So the thing is that nowadays what they've done, right, is they've repainted a lot of them, right? Some of them still, that's why they're not happy about the ones that have been coming out recently, is because they didn't have time to alter it. Trust and believe trust and believe they would have went in and changed that shit before they could. I mean, if they had the chance to before it went fucking viral and shit, but they weren't. They weren't able to change it in time. But they would have changed it to make it add up to the rest of it. Like, people be like, oh, it doesn't mean the same. It's all the same thing. They're all connected. Matter of fact, that was the whole point, was because look, it's not even just, just in those civilizations either. All of these have the same messages. Look, this is the Buddhist version. Same shit. It's literally the same in every single corner of the world. The only problem you're having right now is they keep trying to put names on stuff and titles, and names and titles carry stories and bullshit. As soon as you give somebody a name or a title or something like that, you start restricting who they are immediately. Yeah. It's worldwide knowledge. See, that's the thing is that if you can start to understand it, you'll start to know more than you think that you know. Because everybody hasn't experienced every civilization of the old times, right? Some of them have experienced specific ones. Some of them have, you might have been Asian at one time and then gone through all the colors of being Asian, gone through all the variations of male and female versions. You might have switched that over to like Russian or something. Like, you get what I'm saying? Not everybody's experienced every single part of the past, but every last one of you has experienced some of this. At the minimum, by default, you've experienced all of it, but by placing, you might not have experienced each one of the different types of dynasties. You get me? Like, you might have skipped one here and there. Like, you might have been motherfucking during, Asian dynasty, and then one dynasty you were a Roman, and then another one you were fucking, you get what I'm saying? Like, the shit bounces around. All right? So you're not going to resonate with all of the different variations. But that's the point of showing all the different variations, is that it's the same thing through every single last one of them. Means that one of them will have the ability to remind you of things if you hit the ones that are on the right times that you were there. You get what I'm saying to you? Like, does that make sense? And once you hit that, there's just like a certain feeling that you have that actually like feels familiar. Is the best way to put it. Like, how would you understand being a part of everything and then restrict yourself to just this time? Is a question that I find myself wondering how people try to comprehend it to make sense. They tell you that time doesn't really exist. The past, present, and future all exist at one time. Right? But you think that you're restricted to just now is something that is beyond comprehension. Like, how can you square it all down to that? That doesn't make sense with anything in creation at all whatsoever. All right? So the real key is understanding that all this shit just existed. It just exists. All the time is made up. That's why when you find the thing that is familiar to you, you'll start to like dream of things that have to deal with it. Like what they tell you is dreaming, right? And you'll start to like experience things that start to like you'll understand. It'll be like a magnet. Because it reminds you, maybe it was the time that you were the happiest out of all of the experiences that you had. Maybe you enjoyed your time then the most, right? You don't know why, but, you know, there's something that draws you to that, you know? Maybe you accomplished some great shit. But if you limit yourself to believing that this is you now, it doesn't even make sense. Because magnetically speaking, which everything seems to be held together magnetically, everything's always vibrating. All these things that they say about all this shit. Well, if you take all of that into account, magnetically speaking, you would have to be on a rotation. Many heavens, right? Each heaven has its own You get me? You can experience all of them at once. The thing is that by this idea of religion, you have to restrict yourself to fall into it. That's the thing about religion, is the way that they have created it, right? Like Buddhism isn't religion. Buddhism is spirituality, right? You know, there's a fine line. Right? Buddhism is more of a natural thing. It's more of a nature teaching. These other newly created things, however, are created for a design purpose. Right? If you notice, even though China is a great world power, you don't see them going around trying to conquer extra shit. Right? They might have some internal battles, right? But they're not spreading out. They're not worried about it. They don't care about that stuff. Right? Everything they're doing, like, is different than most other practices. I'm not sure what theirs breaks down to fully, right? Because they all study astrology and numerology and all these other things, right? That everybody mostly finds to be taboo, right? But they have a deep understanding of energy from the fact that they stay so close to nature. You get what I'm saying? But in origin, they all have the same things, the same principles, but somebody's altered them. You get me? Everyone has the same information. Look, you got the 12 and then the chamber where the heart is. Right? You got both sides of the heart, right? Or, right? Because the 12, these are the vertebrae, right? Notice how they're all sitting the same way as they were in the Egyptian one, the same way as they were in the Mayan one, the same. You understand? This is still the same exact thing. Hey, Grand Rising. Right? It's still literally the same exact thing over and over again. It doesn't matter which one you go to look at, right? And then look, same shit going on, right? The 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5 parts of the brain, right? There's Osiris's hat. All right, let me make it a little bit smaller of a pen. All right, this is where his face would be. And it leads right up to that fucking... Right, and this is where the snake would be. Okay? Now look. That's your boy Set right there. Or the dragon. Alright? Now notice how they're up in the clouds. Alright, look. Here's your 12. And the 12, was that Bible verse? And the 12 sat down with him. Look, these ones aren't the same. These are your 3 wise men. Notice how 1, 2, and 3 are the only ones that have the halo besides the main source. You understand? It's all the same. Okay? It's all the same knowledge. No matter where you go. Look. Let me help you out with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. No, I guess he would be the 33rd. No, it doesn't have to be like that, because I want you to notice something. Give me a pen. Oh, the pen's dead. Look, what do you see here? Oh, you want to know why it stops at the 22? Huh? You don't know what that is? Hmm. Male one doesn't have this portion. Look. You don't notice? You'll notice how this side's red for blood, whereas this side's blue for the water. This is that whole, the Christ traveling, yeah. See how the red goes from his head and is right down here? See, he carries the fan or the umbrella. Why? Because what do umbrellas do? See it? See him over here? See the gold guy with the umbrella? Or the fan? Right? Why? Energy. Blocks energy. Catches energy. Notice how it's gold and red? Where'd he get the red from? It's all up here. Look, it's not... Look, it's white here. It's red going down. If you were going to teach somebody about, you know, anatomy, you know, and you're a little kid, wouldn't it be a little more interesting if you had characters to do it with? Hey, look, right? Let me show you something else. Dude, what the fuck? Alright, let's see if we can put this in here. See if we can get this photo. That. So, on the left side is the pulmonary that goes down with the dirty stuff. Kind of like on the left side. Alright, that's your dirty blood. Same way as him poking Jesus on the left side and this lady catching it and pushing it down her backside. Okay. Notice how all these guys over here look scruffy as fuck. See how it's all purified and cleaned up? See, these ones are a little bit rough. See how this one's all nice and clean, and they got that cup and they're washing them off, right? That's the new blood, right? Kind of like over here, where everybody's a saint and all fucking cleaned up and fresh, right? And see, it's the blood and the water, right? Because, you know, the ascending artery, right? See, on this one should, right, there's behind this, right? It's like, it's too purplish. I was looking for blue. Alright, there's this blue one that's behind these. Okay. So, let's see something real quick, right? I just want to check something real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Kind of like the 22 that come down from the clavicle. Before going up to the neck, where the brain's at. Yeah, there are 33 vertebrae. You're right. But it's only going up to the clavicle. And there's a few of them that are back here that you can't account for because they're behind the altar. Okay? So, all of these new religions and things, does it have any significance? Of course it does. It's got tons of it. It's a cleansing process. Whew. That's what it is. It's a cleansing process. It's literally telling you how to clean your blood. Oh yeah, where 2 or 3 gather. Two or three. Well, I wouldn't restrict it to Tom Mary, but in origin, yeah, all these things came out of the Grand Canyon, basically. That's the cradle of civilization, ain't it? It's kind of weird how they try to tell you it's everywhere else, but meanwhile there's a Buddhist temple, a Phoenician temple, there's what's his name? King Arthur's castles in the Grand Canyon. Fucking the Hindu temples in the Grand Canyon. Yeah, they're all over there, so I don't understand why they would try to convince you that the cradle of civilization is a hole in a fucking mountain. You get what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense when you can look it up and literally all of the different civilizations that exist right now have a temple in the Grand Canyon? And isn't the Grand Canyon in a fucking crescent shape? 2 or 3. Well, well, 2 equals 3 because they create the 1, right? But the 3 is because there's a witness to the other 2, right? There has to be the witness to the 2. Huh, I didn't even think about that, Knock. You gave me, I didn't even think. But all the games and things that we play are based on this. Everything is based on these same ancient teachings. All of it, literally all of it. If you wanted to find this image, oh, that's a good question. Shit, I don't know. I've had this one for a couple of years. Yeah. I've probably had this image for like 2 or 3 years now. I really couldn't tell you. It might have been when I was looking up Jesus stuff. Hey, look, you know, shit. Look, you see how you got the sun and the moon over there? Alright. They still recreate this stuff to this day, you know. Look. Let's go to the holy shit folder. The holy shit. Let's see. Everything that was done back in the day was very symbolic. It all contains the same stuff until they stopped producing things like this, right? This is all more recent, but all of these contain the same things. I just haven't been able to find like just the blank pictures of them. Look, why do you think you see shit like that? I'm looking for... See, he got to study it. He got to study some of it back in his time. Da Vinci? Where do you think he learned it all from? Now, he compared what he found because they gave... was it him or Michelangelo? Hold on, I gotta be careful because some things can't be seen on fucking TikTok. You just gotta keep scrolling. No, it was Vinci. Da Vinci got a hold of the codexes. He was one of the people to try to translate them. That's where he got a lot of his designs from for a lot of his stuff. Where is it? Not these ones. Yeah, this looks more closely to what I was looking into. Because, like, I got, when I was looking through it, because that looks like something that would have came up in one of these. Because I was just looking up old pictures of religious stuff. Just to see if I could see it. And it's all the same. It's always all the same. That's the sad part is like, it used to be a common thing. And these type of teachings would bring you peace. Right? Because it teaches you compassion at the very least, and to be mindful of the things that you're doing and thinking. and how you're conducting yourself, right? But then they turned it into this whole "you're going to go to hell if you don't" thing, and that kind of fucked everything up. And then they started giving people bribes of this place called heaven, right, to convince them to do what they wanted them to do. You'll be rewarded later. Like, you know, that's just tapping into people's natural need to be drawn towards the experience, right? So, you know, when you do stuff like that, right, what it does is it creates a type of characteristic, right? A very ruthless characteristic, to say the least, because now that's a tool that's literally a tool of segregation. You get me? Everybody's segregated that's in religion. They can't, you know, there's only so much that they can stomach around people that don't think it like them. You know? Well, Jarvis, everybody's spiritual. See, that's the problem, is they've given y'all all these fucking terms that confuse the shit out of you. Most of the time, people don't even know what it is that they're saying. Like the spear ritual. If you look, almost everything in ancient times, somebody's carrying a spear. Well, that spear is your spinal column. See, at the top of it is where the axis is in the atlas, right? So, right, that's your spear. What's that look like to you? That's a spear. You get me? Hey, aloha. Peace. Welcome. Duh, look. Somebody that's never been taught religion would be more spiritual than somebody that had to go through religion. The reason behind that is because if you go through religion, you get taught bad. And heaven and hell, and that divides you. And it alters the way that you perceive things and think of things. Right? But there are some people that really need that restriction. Right? There's a lot of people that would go crazy if they didn't have that. Some people would do horrific things. A lot of people do horrific things in the name of religion. Look, it's 12:39 and there's 69 people in here. And then there's 3 and 3, because there's 34.8 thousand likes, right? See how it's all 3s and 6s and 9s? Y'all be talking about angel numbers beyond 111s and 222s and shit. That's synchronicity. There is no Lucifer. Bro, do you know what Lucifer is? That's a program construct. Look, check this out, right? Let me help you understand this so that you don't even bother yourself with it, right? They say he's a fallen angel, right? Right? That's what they say about him, right? Because he revolted. Okay, so because what did I tell you? Christianity and Catholicism are based on what? Submission. Being submissive. Now, the Muslim religion is also, the word Muslim means to submit. Now, the word Christian means thyroid deficiency. We'll say it like that, just to keep it scientific. It means you're thyroid deficient. If you ain't got no thyroid, you're going to have a hard time thinking of things. Now, this is the thing, right? You know what? I should check on the etymology of Catholic. I should break that down and check into that one as well. We'll have to look into that one day. I'll do it in the next couple days now that it's on my mind. All right, right? So Muslim literally means to submit, and Christian literally means that your brain development is stunted. Okay. Now, the thing is that fuck, I forgot where I was going with it. Let's see. We had Christians. Christian, Catholic, Muslim. Right, what was the fucking discussion before we got into it? Nah, it wasn't government. Don't fucking try to throw me off into that shit. Definitely wasn't government. Government wasn't the topic of discussion yet. Oh, Lucifer. That's right. Lucifer. Okay, so the construct of Lucifer. That's right. Thank you. Now, just like you, this would also be considered one of God's children. But you forget that they tell you that the angels... hey, look. The angels were created to do his bidding. So they were servants. Right? So he was a servant. Right? Now, the servant got upset because the new servants came in, right? The new guys came in. Right? And that bothered him because he felt like there was favor there. Right? And because he felt like favor, like he got mad about that shit, and he got the boot. You know. I just want you to think about this stuff, right? I just want you to think about this for a second, right? All right. And put the new guys back here, right? And they were favored, right? So, this is the thing. He got kicked out for that. Right. So, let me ask you something, right? Have you ever had a job? Right? Somebody gave you a job and told you that was your position in the job. Right? You ever had your boss bring in somebody new, and somehow that new person that they brought in got above you even though you'd been working so hard? But, you know, you didn't say nothing. Right? You didn't say nothing because you were worried about catching the boot. Right? So maybe you didn't say nothing. Maybe you just sat it out and stuck around. Maybe it was a relationship. Right? Maybe it was a friend of yours. Fuck, it could have been a new baby in the family. Right? How many times in life have you been bothered by somebody new that seemed to have more favor than you did with somebody that you felt you invested in, but you didn't want to say nothing because you knew if you did, you were going to get the boot. So, you realize that this destroys relationships. Because, now if somebody does something you don't like, or, you do something that your partner doesn't like, what happens to you? Right? If you tell your partner that they're doing something that you don't like, what happens to you? This destroys households. Hey, you can't tell me shit. Fuck you. You get what I'm saying? This destroys households, but it's good for business. See, so everybody that learned this inherently fears standing up for themselves. Anybody that came from the church is stuck in a state of passive obedience. Simple psychology. It's a psychological mind fuck. Anytime you go to defend yourself, oh, the devil made me do it. Anytime that you say something, I didn't mean to say that, the devil made me do it. Now, realize that, like, I don't know, probably about 60% of the world bare minimum, like 60% of the world knows this story, lives this story, and is subdued by this story. Which makes it perfect, because then now that everybody's under the spell, they can send in the war dogs with no resistance. Oh, you didn't notice? Everybody just stands around with their camera out and begs for fucking people to stop doing things. See how heavy that indoctrination's gotten people to just a few generations of work too. It didn't really take much. Christianity didn't start until America started. They lying about it everywhere else. They spread all this shit spread out since the fucking 1900s. None of this shit existed before the 1900s. That's why everybody was chilling. The Catholics, you can't even call them Catholics. That's just the guise of another religious hoax, which is a non-profit organization. It's just business. This shit didn't exist in the 1920s. They were just creating Christianity then. No, they didn't water it down. It got more and more and more enforced over the last 100 years. A whole new wave of history, a whole new all these crusades and motherfucking all this shit, bro. All this shit just came into play. Literally. It all just came into play. Because they found people here that were wearing gold and silver and didn't know how to convince them to submit to them. So they gave them a game of business to get them stuck on this money idea. And because everybody around here used to wear gold, silver, jewelry, like all kinds of fucking what you would consider now to be fancy fucking rich stuff. But out here, it was just what everybody had because everybody shared, because everybody understood things on a real level. Everybody understood the spirituality of life and how things were supposed to be. And other people wanted to enslave people. Damn, hey, TikTok is ruthless, yo. Hey, Tormed, you know what it said when you joined? It said, Tormed joined. He hasn't sent a gift in a while. Remind him. Hey, yo, TikTok is off the chain, yo. That shit is off the meter how they got this shit set up. No, it wasn't spiritual abilities. It was the understanding of magnetism and nature, my guy. The thing is that the people that were witnessing what was capable through the magnetism, through the fucking understanding of nature and how to use alchemy and things like that, were terrified of it. Imagine showing people that are living in buildings made out of sticks how to fucking levitate a rock that's the size of their body with a sound and a simple twist of a wrist and some fucking drums. Imagine them seeing you do that. Right? First that destroys the fake religion that got created, because then there's people going around performing miracles by using nature. People going around doing things nobody can explain, just using simple nature. So of course that became a threat to the power, right? Now when did this happen? In the 1400s. Because in the 1300s, the Moors were going around teaching the world fucking civilization. After meeting the people from China, because the Ming Dynasty came in the early fucking 1400s. Once the Ming Dynasty came and was allowed to establish itself, and some of the Romans caught the fucking caught the maps that they were making of America, they started fucking checking things out. You know, then all of a sudden they became interested in shit. And so once they found out, after the Moors came and visited them and showed them all the great fucking stuff that they did and taught them how to build stuff and all this other shit, they're like, oh, we gotta put a stop. Moors came and visited them and showed them all the great fucking stuff that they did and taught them how to build stuff and all this other shit. They're like, oh, we gotta put a stop to this. Can't motherfucking get anybody to listen to you if some random fucking people that don't look like you pop up out of nowhere and start doing magic shit that nobody can explain. You understand? And so it became a conquest using the information that they got to shut down the whole entire side of that world and conquered that whole entire side of the world through multiple different things called religion. Right? The religion realigned everybody. It reset the whole entire side of the world, all with the purpose of coming over here. Right? Couldn't claim the power because after seeing what it was starting to spread into, it was stopped being taught. But so they couldn't claim the power, but they sure in the fuck could try to wipe it out. Erase it. So they couldn't claim the power, but they sure in the fuck could try to wipe it out. Erase it, erase the people that created it. teach a whole bunch of people a whole bunch of nonsense and slap a bunch of mindless children into the middle of a fucking jungle, basically, and fucking train them to think whatever you want. You start moving kids around, and you can build anything. Especially if you got hundreds of thousands of them that you're just placing wherever you decide. Guess what? All the history's gone at that point. Right? Displace them, give them a new fucking religion, erase the history, and conquer. Divide and conquer. So, give them a devil. That'll hold them. That'll stop them right in their tracks. Now create a whole bunch of stuff and tell them that it's this and this and this. And bro, you don't realize as soon as you don't realize they just be producing artifacts and telling you how old shit is. And there's like 300 or 400 years added onto the map, plus 1,000. Yeah, there's like 1,400 years added onto the map. Which means so God is real. If you can't look around you and see that there's a design to things, I don't know what to tell you. Of course, the Creator's real. There is no Jesus, no Allah, no Yeshua, no Yahweh. You can't put a name on something that is everything. How the fuck are you going to name that? What name do you want to pick it? You can call it grass. You can call it a fucking a necklace. You can call it a lighter. You can call it a controller. You can call it a pen. You can call it a fucking screen. You can call it a button. There you go, Darren. That's a simple way to break it down. The all. Why would you restrict something? As soon as you do that, as soon as you try to put a name, you're just immediately disrespectful. The reason that is disrespectful is because every name comes with a limitation. How can you limit something that's limitless? If everything comes from it, then every name comes from it as well. So which one are you going to call it? Just because somebody told you to? If it's a part of you, isn't it your name? Oh. Didn't think about that, did you? Most people don't think about that. You see how y'all still stuck on so much external? Y'all got a lot of programming to unravel, man. It takes a little bit. It's hard, you know. You'll still question it, even when you do. You don't have a choice. You're meant to. And you've seen what you've been told to see, Anne. That's what you've seen. You've seen what you were given to see. Everybody that was given these things sees these things. Until you separate it, it's going to stick with you. All you really need to separate from it is reality. Just look around you. You know better. You wouldn't even be here if you didn't. What up, Crawford? It's good, bro. It's good, guy. What up, Tad? That these are the things that people get confused with. Because you're reading things and you're hearing things and they sound familiar, but they don't quite make sense to you. You got to force yourself to swallow them. Why? Because it's not natural. Okay, Ann. I'm glad that you have that to comfort you for the fact that people do horrendous things. At some point, you're just going to have to give credit to the people that are doing the things instead of the thing that you think is controlling them, because everybody makes their own decisions. That's the one thing that we have. That's the one thing that we have, is the ability to make decisions. Everything else is a response to those decisions. That's the one thing that we have, and you're going to take that away from him? Oh, the devil made him do it, huh? You get what I'm saying? Those things that they teach people are very powerful, especially when you give it to them, give it to somebody fresh-minded. Right? When that mind's going through them developmental stages and you start teaching them about this type of stuff, man, you gotta watch out, man. You can really mess somebody up. Yeah? Doesn't take much. Look at how they've taken everything that was good and turned it horrific. Islam was never Muslim. That's just Islam rearranged. See, everybody came from the Torah. See, the Torah, right, has been altered itself as well. They're constantly finding excuses to call it Torah. Yeah, exactly. I, self, law, am master. Right? Of the arm, leg, arm, head. Right? Very basic stuff. And it's weird because they did such a good job with it. Like, those people are ruthless. But look, this is the thing that they don't want you to know, is you are too. Stop being scared of shit. You don't have to subdue yourself. Yeah, the toroidal field, exactly. The concept of possession is the idea that you can be consumed by something. It teaches you to allow yourself to be excusable for your things that you say and do. I was possessed. I didn't mean to. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You did. That was all you. Hey, Dad, you know what's funny? Hey, look, when we were doing the 6ix9ine stuff, right? Look, check this out. Look, right? 6ix9ine. Right? What's a percent? Oh, hold on, I did it backwards, my bad. Part of it, but not the whole thing. No, it's not what you think it is. Look, people have given y'all so many stories. It's ridiculous. Look, you don't understand. You ever notice how the people that seem to get so-called possessed grew up in households that had to deal with demons and devils and gods and angels and all that shit? It's always in those houses. So what's that tell you? It's the learning of it that gets it. Why? Because it breaks the mind just trying to think about it, and it fucking shatters the ability to fucking think properly, making it so that your brain rewires itself to try to function. People lose their minds over this shit, and they tell you that it's possession. It breaks the mind. That's what it's designed to do. How do you think it makes it so that you get so programmed off of it? It's because it's breaking your mind while you're learning it. So... people go through horrific shit under the idea that there might be something wrong with them if they try to do something against it because of this. Okay? This was a very strong spell. I've been telling people the greatest trick wasn't teaching you that it didn't exist. That was the fucking... That was a brilliant fucking line. It was teaching you it existed. This was never taught before. All those things that look like creatures and stuff like that, and all those ancient texts and stuff that look like demons and all that kind of stuff, that's just the energies of things. Okay, look, right? If you ever notice, some of them look like demons, some of them look like animals, some of them look like people. All right? What happens when you eat something and you get fucking worms and stuff like that, and you start to get really short with people and shit? Don't you kind of look like that? Don't you kind of look like them little fucking demon things? Don't you be acting like that? Don't you be coming out your face all wrong and shit? Don't you fucking... Like, that's all internal. It's not something that's walking the earth that was tormenting people or some shit like that. You understand? These are archetypes. They're angles. Why do you think they call them angels so fucking much, huh? Angels, look, what, look. Right. No thanks. I don't know what the fuck you're offering, but nope. Hey, look, right? Look. See how everybody got these winged creatures and shit and all of their old stuff, but you think that angels came from the Bible? And then they're like, no, it's not that. It's this thing that has all these eyes and all this other stuff. And da-da-da. Like, they give you all these ridiculous things. Hey, look at that. Look. You see the caduceus? See, everything has a start. Their idea for, sacrificing. Their idea for, sacrificing the calf. All right, herding the lambs. See the lambs? See, God, like, it's all there. It's not even like something even remotely hidden. Look at your three wise men carrying their gifts. All right, you got the baby, the dude sitting down. Your story of gladiators and fighting in arenas and shit. Alright. Your stories of crabmen. Look, there's that shepherd's staff again. They tell you some weird shit too. The boy, yeah, he was bringing the ox to the lion to be fed. But wouldn't that be like giving in to your desires? Right? Because the staff's upside down. The ox represents the motherfucking reproductive organs. The lion represents the overwhelming feeling of it. Right? So isn't this giving in to your desires? Right? But it's the heart's desire. You see the wings are open. Right? But they tell you shit like, oh, he was beating an ox and just decided to feed it to a... Bitch, what kind of ox you ever seen that has a fucking tail like this? There have maybe I just ask the weird questions. Maybe that's what it is. Is like maybe I just ask the weird questions or something. But shit don't make sense. What kind of ox you ever seen that has ridges in their neck? You get what I'm saying? Wings is transferring the energy, but when it's the heart being opened up. It's the heart that's... Because the heart is what controls the angles. See the angle? See how it's to the right and it's his chest? And he's got that fucking staff or the spear. Things just change over time. See all these spears everywhere you look. Spears. They all got them. It's about spear rituals. Duh, look at it. Look at it. Look. You got the lion with the wings. Now hey look, if anything, you should start understanding these fucking mythological creatures and what they mean. Okay? The lion with the wings. The heart of the lion. You get it? That's why they come up with these sayings, the heart of a lion. Bro, they didn't get them out of nowhere. They just don't know why the fuck they say them. Well, the spine is the rod. Okay. Look. See how you got the griffin up here? You got your infinity symbol here. Right? And then you got the little dude that flies on top of the bird. What is that? That's the generation of a thought. But this is an emotional thought. Right? Now, depending on what the fuck is on the other side of it, would have told us what kind of emotion it could have been. Right? If it was bad, it'd probably have something going in a downward, something that would take a descent. All right? If it's good, it's probably going to have something to deal with feathers or the sun or motherfucking, you get what I'm saying? Do you? No, 9 is not infinite, Ann. Look, Ann, if you keep trying to fucking correct me, I'm just going to block you because you don't know what you're talking about. The 8 is infinite. 9 is the product of the infinite. It's not complex. Y'all gonna learn. So you got a little camel here, monkey here. You got the head of the man on the dogs. The frequency, the thought. and what they're generating has, this is, yeah, duh. This is dealing with dentistry. Hey, look at that. See this right here? What's that doing in here if they're not all the same people? You know what I'm saying? Hey, I had one guy be like, no, they're not the same. Bro, I can show you exact replicas of things from one civilization to the next. I found at least a few of them that I was able to match up so far in completion. But it's not that easy because they make it very strenuous to find any pictures of any of this stuff. Like, it's really difficult trying to fucking find all these different things, yo. But there are basically exact fucking replicas of each other for a lot of these. There are for all of them. They just don't let you see all of them because then you'd start to notice it. You get me? I think they go out of their way to make sure that certain things don't get fucking too much spotlight. See, look. Okay, look, right? So you got the man's head on the head of the lamb or the dog, right? I think that might be a little baby lamb. I would have to check and see how they design their creatures, but originally I thought it might have been the camel, like a little baby camel, but it doesn't have the humps, so I can't sign on to it being the camel. I don't think they would have left the humps out of there. Right? Now, the lamb represents the brain, however, right? And, they always are talking about being the shepherd, and he is the one that carries around that fucking stick. Right? But this is the thing, right? We also know that the jug is the heart, but the cup is the eye. So I'm not really sure which one of those is this here, because it could be one or the other. Wrap around. Well, maybe. I don't know. I would have to. Nah, I can't necessarily. Well, maybe, because. Yeah, here's your boy Horus. You see that shit, right? All right, look, right? So check this out, though. Nah, I wouldn't go as far as a deer with no antlers. See how the monkey's up there? See him sitting there? Right? And the dog. And then there's the two people over there. And then the bird. Right? And that's the Ankh. That's your cross right there. All right. And then this guy right here is this guy over here. You understand? Let me show you that again. Okay. See how there's these two right here? It sits on them, right? Because this is the foundation, right? Now notice how next to them is the fucking bird guy, right? See the guy with the bird body, right? So isn't that the two ladies that it begins with the bird with the guy's head? Isn't that the same thing? Because then we flip it back around and, you know, here's the cup that's on the one side, right? And there's a dude with these feathers right here. All right. But look, here's the feathers right here. All right. So this one right here. Is this right here? Okay. And there's the monkey up there. Right? Now, here's the guy that's holding something. Kind of like that guy holding something. Oh, look at that. It's even the same thing in his hand. See it? Right there. All right. Now, mind you, right? There's the monkey. There's the one on the inside. All right. There's the cross. Right there. You think that maybe this is why they bleed out the lamb and smear it on people's doors and stuff like that? Remember that whole thing that they were teaching people? All right. Now, let's see. You got the ram or the goat for the inner working of the brain. Alright? And you got it being conquered. Right? Because if you notice, there's a man's face before you get to the wings and have the lion's fucking body. See the little curly thing? Right. Okay. Remember? Lateral ventricles, basal ganglia. Right? The emotion off of your interpretation. Right? That's why it's the man's face. So it's being overwhelmed, right, by the emotions. Oh, it's not a different side of it. There's multiple variations to it. Yeah, it's not the infinite symbol right now, is it? You sure? It looks like two of them, right? Or what else? Because it looks pretty infinite to me. It looks like it keeps going, right? What if it's a cloud? You know, where the thoughts come from. Like your brain. The ravels of the brain. You know, where the goat would be. That gets affected by the way that you feel. You get me? Look. He's carrying this, right? Right. Is this why they make such a big deal about lamb's blood? Because the energy coming out of it. Now, I want you to think about something, right? Right? You know those people that drink some, you know, I want you to realize something, right? Check this out. Just send this here real quick. Because some people would be wondering where they got that knowledge from, right? Hey, look, right? See, let me show you something, right? This is a lamb, right? All right? Now you see the energy coming out of it. All right? Now, lambs, sheeps, rams, they're all in the same family. Right? Now, your brain is in the shape of a lamb's head. Okay? Let's see. It goes like that. And then there's the part in here that goes like this, I believe. Right? Yeah. It's like that. And this is back here like this. Right? And wraps up like this. Like this. Right? That's the lamb. Okay? That's the Lamb of God. So this represents thoughts. Right? Now, these are overpowering the mind. Right? And that's producing an elixir See, it's supercharged. So, what? Let me ask you something, right? What else do you call a lamb? Or a sheep? What are the two other names for a lamb and a sheep? Anybody? No, not a goat. There's one. Yup, a ewe. Yeah, this is pronounced you. Don't certain people tend to bring a lot of emotions out of sheep that are young to drink? You know, it's in Chrome. What color would you consider this? Now you see the type of dangerous things that people can be taught by learning these from the wrong person. This is gray. Gray is silver. Silver is chrome. Jesus Christ. Do I have to spell this shit out to you guys? I'm a little shocked sometimes. I just showed you exactly what it is that made them think the thing that they think because of learning things incorrectly. Okay? Lamb. Energy comes out. From the mind that gives energy for them to drink. From something being overwhelmed. A sheep is a ewe. A kid. It's on something that is chrome colored. We'll see. Jesus fucking Christ. There are people that... Here, let me try it one more. Let me try it one more way. There's a group of people that believe in drinking from you when your emotions are heightened, you know, scared, that believe that chattel or goyim are sheep or because they think they know this. So there's people that torture to produce energy to drink You see where religion comes from? That's the danger of misinterpretations. No, it's not through the thought process. It's through the blood of the little lamb. It's the blood that fills the cup that they drink of the what they say, the J E on the Sabbath, every single Sunday. See how he points up? That made him think that meant that this is supercharged. That's a blood ritual performed every weekend. Literally every weekend. What do you mean? See, that creates which then the youth, young and godlike, da 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 da, all that crazy nonsense. It really doesn't. They just believe it because they think that they know this. Yeah, the Grove, Monsters Inc., all that shit, yeah. You know. See, this also gave the Muslims the idea that they had the ability to rule over top of the women. See? And that's why they think that women are livestock. And that they can be taken anytime. See, all of it comes from all of these things. It's all missing. And it's not even misinterpretations of these things. It was told that way to those people because the way that they acted, it needed to be known that they were not the same. I wish y'all would stop with this fucking name shit and everything. This Sophia and all this stuff. It's just an archetype for the exchange of energy. And I wish we could all just like call things what they are instead of continuing these names and things that they've given to these things, because that restricts it so much that it takes away from it. I get what you're saying though. Don't get it twisted. But before it was Sophia and all these fucking names that everybody put on it, it was just the word wisdom. Right? They give you trick words like divine, which is funny because the B is interchangeable. What's this turn to? Bovine or bovine. Just like the dog is God. Angels are angles. Devil is lived. Right? Like, holy. When have you ever found something with extra holes in it that you thought was better that way? The only thing I've ever found to need more holes was a fly swatter. So, you know, slapping labels on things don't make them specific. Everything is special. Everything was created. Nothing is any less important than the next thing. So just because somebody slaps the word divine on something doesn't make it special. Let me ask you something. Yeah, we'll just call it what it is. If the all. Alright, if the all makes every fucking thing, how can one be more sacred than the other? Or did somebody just teach you some bullshit to make it so that you feel like it's okay to treat something less than something else? Hey, more. All right, think about that for a minute. See, if they teach you that things are sacred, what they're really teaching you is that things aren't. Aren't. Okay? If they're teaching you that something is sacred, that means that you're going to see everything else as garbage. Oh, this is nothing. Now you can't enjoy nothing unless you have sacred stuff. And if you have to have sacred stuff to enjoy stuff, and then they make that sacred stuff cost you money, now you're doing what? Now you're chasing money, right? Now you're not even worried about the sacred. You're just trying to chase the money. You see, you can't. This is why people got to get away from this divine feminine, divine masculine, holy this, holy that, sacred this, sacred that. You trash it. It's all trash. It's literally all trash. And it's an ignorant way to ignore nature. It's like an egotistical justification in being able to say that a part of you is divine without being able to actually accept the fact that if you understood it, you wouldn't need to say that part in the first place. Because you would already know that all things are. A lot of people have a hard time accepting that because you can't accept that you are. Because of the way you've been taught to view yourself and to look at yourself and to, you might be beating yourself in the head because you don't have a car that somebody else does. But look, let me tell you the secret, right? There is nothing that you will ever enjoy more than in your mind. Look, this is the funny part, right? Is, okay, right, so say you see like a fucking car that you want, right? A little fancy one, you know, a little Corvette or something, you know, something with a fucking trunk in the front, maybe, right? And you're like, ooh, that's fancy. You know what? You immediately see yourself doing stuff like ridiculous shit in your mind, right? In your mind, you're driving that motherfucker off a cliff, fucking bungee jumping out the back, or fucking, racing down the fucking road or something like that. And, you know, it's that crazy shit that seems so awesome in your mind that you go and get it for that you never do in real life. You might you know envision, you might see it and think of yourself being in heaven driving it in the clouds or some shit, and then you go and get it trying to chase that, and you never fucking yeah, you'll never enjoy it more than you did in your mind. And if you remember that, you know, you'll be a lot nicer to your partner. Because you got a whole bunch of ideas about them and what they could be and what they should be and how they could be, but none of that shit was what made you like them in the first place. It was because you couldn't even explain who they were or what they were about, but it made you feel good. So why the fuck are you leaving people over your ideas of who they should be? See, the trick is you're supposed to enjoy those thoughts that they're able to bring out of you. That's the gift of them. Okay? That is the gift. It's not motherfucking like everybody's searching for all these physical things. No. The thing that your partner brings out of you the most is new thoughts. See, new energy. Because they bring you new experiences to contemplate. So you're not supposed to compare them to the fucking thoughts that you have of them. They're never, ever going to equal up to that. Ever. But they were able to bring you the gift of these new great fucking ideas of things for you to fucking strive to. They did stir up all kinds of fucking ideas in you. Right? But all you were worried about was that physical shit. But look, what's one thing that you can say about that physical shit? It comes and it goes. Right? Just as you're getting comfortable, all of a sudden you ain't got no legs to stand on, right? Right? You see how this table, right? Y'all be asking how this stuff works here. I'll explain it to you. You see how this table right here? Right? See how this leg right here is in the middle of fucking nowhere? Yeah. Don't ever think that your foundation is solid. Everything comes and goes. There's always a point in between where you're just lost floating around in the nothing. A lot of y'all get stuck in that point, and so you never move forward. Right? Because you're always thinking about what it was. Right? You don't want to be dual-minded. Right? You want to be solid in your ways. Right? Have a nice foundation. See, the thing is that all they can do for you is give you new energy. Right? See, is that new energy that you get from them. See, that's what. Once again, we're back to what? Uplifting, right? Now, also notice how there's like a moon right here, right? Why is it always a crescent moon? Why? Why? Because the crescent cradles. It's a cradle. See, this is the thing, right? See? What you speak is what provides the stability. Right? Notice how this right here is the monkey. You see? Look. That's the monkey's body. That she's sitting on. Why do you think they call you a monkey's ass? They literally get it from this stuff. That's how I know when I look at it. I'm like, oh man, that's fucked up. What you mean no one says that? Yeah, okay. I don't know what rock you crawled from under. That used to be a saying. Maybe you're younger. Look, right? Hey, look, I can't blame you. Maybe you weren't exposed to certain things. Congratulations. You should enjoy life even better now because of the fact that you didn't have to be exposed to those things before. Of course, you know, everybody's a lot more sensitive these days for some reason. Right. But yeah. That's a fucking monkey, guy. What other animal is built like that? Hey, I'll prove it. I'll take the time to prove to you that that's a monkey. If you'll give me a galaxy. No, cats don't have short little tails like that. The symbolism? Oh. Ooh, you know what? That's a good idea. All right, here. Let me help y'all out. That's a good point. I forgot. You guys aren't all my normals and stuff, okay? All right, so let's break some of this stuff down. This is Amun. Amun is said, okay? All right, so let's break some of this stuff down. This is Amun. Amun is said to be the creator. Your hippocampus is known as Amun's horn. Amun is also represented by the ram. This is Amun's horn. It's the C4 of the hippocampus, which is the part of the body that produces all of your cognitive abilities, including your thoughts and your movements and the automated programs inside of your system. Okay? Everything that goes to the Amun is called the foramen. Okay? Now there's multiples of these because these are the holes, the nerves, and the nerve stems that are actually transpiring in between each one of the organs. This goes down your spine. This is your vertebral foramen. And inside the vertebral foramen, you will find the neural foramen, which is the nerve roots. These are your bodily functions, okay? So this goes down to the greater and lesser sciatic foramen, which is the thing that, this is where the crucifixion takes place. So all of the parts of the body named foramen are literally the passageway in your body that the energy travels. Okay? Osiris represents your endocrine system. The 12 cranial nerves, the 12 different fucking parts, the 12 different organs of the body. You understand? Osiris is the connection between the heart and the mind and the organs all coming together. Okay? That's what he represents. That's why he's the god of the underworld and why he gets split into the 14 pieces. Okay? That's where that comes from. He's also what is known as your circle of Willis. This guy right here. See, that's him. In the brain on top of Set. This is why Set is said to fight him for the throne. This is the throne that's inside the brain. That's Set right there. The anteater. This guy. Okay? See, these aren't really their names, and I don't want to hear none of the other bullshit that they told you were names. I don't care what country you come from or whatever. This is your medulla. I don't know why we would call it anything else than that, since that's what it represents. But I would imagine that's probably where they actually got the fucking word from in the first place. Okay. Now, the funny thing about that is that he's at the base of the brain. So it's your mindset, literally. Because this is what your spinal column connects to the brain from. So this is what divides everything from the circle of Willis, the nerve center, which is Osiris, that sits on top of that throne, throughout the body to the 14 pieces. You know, that party that they said that they had with Isis, Osiris's wife. Now, Isis, Osiris's wife, is a medical process known as ontogenesis, onto gene Isis, the development of the individual organism, including the set of morphological, physiological, biochemical transformations from the moment of germination to death. What that is when the cell splits into the second piece. It's the growth. That's this. That's what ontogenesis is. That's what Isis represents, which is why you see her leading herself everywhere in the fucking temples and the tapestries and things, and why you find her all over the fucking place. But meanwhile, they'll try to tell you that each one of these is a different person because they just want to fill your head with all kinds of nonsense. Okay? See, the reason that this one is smaller than these two isn't because these are giants. It's because the energy is being dispersed in these pieces that are being handed over to be processed into the womb. Hence, the two energies coming together, because this is the male phallus and this is the female womb. This is what the I can't show you a picture of it, but this is literally what it looks like, and there's the seed inside of it, on top of the vulture, because the vulture is where it came from, because the mind is what's being passed. When you finish inside, she gets a piece of your mind. It gets transferred. That's why it gets smaller, because it's the information distributing towards the pieces. Okay? Alright, that's Isis. Now, Isis creates Horus. Horus is not a fucking falcon, he's an owl. The barred one, to be exact. And that's why. See, the falcon does not have the bars. The falcon does not represent knowledge. The falcon isn't known for wisdom. The falcon isn't a nocturnal bird. The falcon does not survive through every season. Like, it moves. It has to move with the seasons. You understand? The falcon uses the sun to hunt. It blots out the sun. It takes you out of the light and into the darkness. The owl, being nocturnal, lets you see through the darkness. You ever hear any fucking scriptures about being led through the darkness? A falcon can't do that. They're sitting in a nest waiting for the sun to come up somewhere. The basal ganglia is the part of the brain that distributes your information, the commands throughout your system, to the body to respond to the controls. The basal ganglia is the thing that transfers the information from the heavens down to the earth, to the underworld, and back. The owl carries the wisdom of the commands throughout the world and back. This is your thalamus, the egg. Okay? That's the eye. The eye itself is your thalamus. This loop right here with the gold orb inside of it is the ganglia. Okay? Now, see? This is known as your atlas. Well, not this one. It's a couple up above here, right before it hits the head. Okay? The top vertebrae is the atlas. The atlas is what? A world map. What is the way that the world is tilting? It's called axis. You know, the thing that keeps you straight up. Okay, so that's the vertebrae below that. Okay? Those are your seals to heaven. Up in the heaven is where the clouds are, where you have hemispheres, where I just showed you that the throne of God sits. Let me show it to you again in case you missed it. There's a throne right here that a little guy that controls everything inside of the body for you exists at. Okay? And it connects down to this. The earth. H-E-A-R-T. Your earth is your heart. Don't be freaked out. That's just Bible study. Okay? Just so you can see it a little bit better. Okay? You see the nerve stems, which is this red part. Alright? I told you these are fucking nerve stems. This is why they say that you have what? Stems, roots, things of that nature, because where they fucking found it from in the first place. Okay? Now, after that, once again, you have Set. Okay? The thing that divides all of the information. So now that you know that Osiris is the circle of Willis, this is your pons. See it right next to it? See the medulla? See what it looks like? Literally? This is what it looks like. That's him. Right there. Nice. Okay. And then over here, you have Horus. So you have the thing that creates and controls the commands. You have the things that it's getting distributed to, and you have the thing that lets it get distributed. It's biology. Now, it also says some things, right? People are always going to have their hands in your thoughts. Whether you pay attention to this or not doesn't matter. They're always going to be present. Everything that you've learned from somebody else. So there's nothing but voices that echo within your mind at all times, because everything you learned because somebody else brought it to you in the first place. Right? So that means that in one way, shape, or form, everybody's connected together. Because how couldn't we be if we've all learned similar things? Even if everything isn't exactly the same, right? It's the same message either way. There are going to be those that are going to try to smack the shit out of you from time to time. And there are going to be others that are just going to lay their hand on your cheek because it seems like you need to have your head held. Or they just try to give you that like fucking warm little friendly caress. You know what I'm saying? Like there's always a flip side of a possibility if you want there to be one. Just because one person told you something one way doesn't mean that you necessarily have to do that. See, the problem is some people look too much out towards others rather than allowing others to follow them. Right? Sometimes the things that people say tend to start to make it feel like you're getting closed into a box, right? Get caught in between two people's bullshit, right? Just all of a sudden somebody drags you in the middle of their shit, right? Right? Now you feel the pressure of everything that they're bringing to you, right? Sometimes that can take you right out of your element. Oh, I'm not doing so good right now. You know, I can you seem like you're doing pretty good yourself. Can you hook a motherfucker up? Because I'm going through this and that and this and that and this and that and this and that, and that's why you should hook me up, right? We were fighting, and it led me to this, and so now I need you to do that. Right? It gets very easy to get influenced by things that people want you to feel the weight of. Right? You see how they're touching the shoulders? Right? They didn't have to be touching the shoulders, but what are they doing? They're resting their arms on the shoulders, right? So isn't that putting the weight on them? Or is he keeping them up? Could be that he's carrying their weight for them. Right? There's always going to be different perspectives. There's no two people that are exactly alike. You can agree on things for the most part, right? But there's never going to be two of the same. Yeah, exactly, tracks, exactly. And that's the point is, some people lean in different ways. Let me give you an example, right? I had this ex, right? And she would berserk lose her shit, like just fucking berserk, like completely full fucking meltdown. It would freak me out when it happened, 'cause I wouldn't know how to handle it sometimes. Sometimes I'd give her a hug and it would calm her down, and then sometimes she was just fucking screaming and fucking flipping out and shit. And one day I was like, yo, like, why the fuck do you do that with me? Like, I never see you do that with anybody else. Like, you let all these people fucking treat you like shit. They walk on you, they fucking talk bad to you, but then you always want to do that shit with me, right? Like, you always freak the fuck out and fucking like lose it. And you know what she told me? She said it was because I don't feel that comfortable with anybody else to get it out. You get me? People don't always lean on you in the ways that you want them to, or ways that you might understand. You feel me? It wasn't really a dominant thing, because she always regretted it. But motherfucking, like, she would fucking go off sometimes, Oh, dude. Unfortunately, yep. But she don't know how to process that yet. She'll get there one day. Like, she just got some shit to figure out. She went through a lot of really crazy shit, and that really impacted her life. I see it all too often. Problem is people don't really get, taught how to regulate things these days, nor do they feel that comfortable with it, because there's a lot of divide going on. So it's like right now there is nobody to carry the weight for a lot of people. At least they feel that way, and a lot of that's true. But they don't realize how much it is. It's because they tell themselves that. Like, how many people do you hear regularly talking about, I ain't got no friends, talking about, I don't really do too much, and da-da-da. Like, think about how many people you hear on a regular basis that'll just speak about the fact that they segregate themselves and not even realize that they're doing it. You get what I'm saying? Like, think about that for a minute. It's not that they have to be, but they talk it into their existence. How many times have you been in a relationship where your partner made themselves ugly to you because they wouldn't stop reinforcing how unattractive they thought that they were? Like, before you were before you were grown enough to understand, like, you know, you gotta help people get through stuff sometimes. Like you get what I'm saying? Like people, that's the same thing with people that are telling you that they're alone. How are you alone? There's billions of people around. Why aren't you got neighbors you could talk to? You got fucking people. There's nobody that doesn't live like within like walking distance of people for the majority of society. Right? Like think about that. Nobody has to be alone. There's literally everybody surrounded by other people. How can you be alone? What happens when you start talking like that? Everybody disappears. Try a blindfold arranged marriage with no due diligence. Hey, look, right? Those are a hit and a miss. Okay, you can't, like, there's benefits and then there's fucking downfalls to both of those things. Yeah, it all depends on who it was you got set up with, who you came from, and why it was done. You get me? That there's variables in everything. You know, it's not so easy to be so one-sided. Like, you have to be very blind to be one-sided about things. You have to force that, almost. You have to, like, force... Because, look, right, even on the things that you disagree with, inherently, even if you know that it's right, like, you might still disagree with it, right? But inherently, you still know. Right? No matter what. What up, Tabby? What's going on? Right, no matter what. You're always going to inherently know whether you go against it or whether you go with it determines whether you get more or less to go with or go against. That's one of the best things that I can probably try to help you grasp. If you don't listen, you don't hear it. It's that simple. As soon as you say, alright, then you gotta start all over. Right? That's just like real life too. As soon as you stop listening to somebody, right, they don't want to fucking talk to you no more. Right? Same thing works with that voice. But you gotta cleanse yourself before you fucking start opening up that dialect. That dialect doesn't come until your mind is cleansed. You have to. You've been eating nothing but poison your whole life. You have to start doing cleanses to keep it clean. Now you can continue living the way that you were living before if you include and change and implement a few different things. Right? You don't have to go and change your whole entire fucking diet. It's better for you and easier if your goal is, you know, to go all the way down that route, right? But the trick of it is learning to maintain. I can't really explain the end of it, but like, you know, like you're basically needing to go through practices of disciplines in order to be able to act fully within your capacity, I guess, is the best way I could say it to you. You get what I'm saying? Or no? like, your mind's jacked up. Because you haven't cleansed it in a long time. It's not like something special. It's not like some fucking magical, mystical thing or something like that. It's nothing like that. It's nothing, like, you know, okay? It's just regulating your energy. You haven't done anything but really tarnished it for a very long time. You should probably do yourself a favor and treat yourself to some good fucking energy for a little while. You know, it's not a bad idea to just cleanse that shit. Because, you know, you'd be surprised how much these people's thoughts will just sort of like fucking slide right off you once you actually cleanse that shit. Because, like, right now you're just carrying around everything. Yeah, but that helps, but that's not going to get the job done, Cap. You gotta get the sun gazing in. Not through no fucking sunglasses. None of that shit. You just gotta close your eyes. You can start with your eyes closed until your fucking eyes get used to you actually taking in sunlight. Do it early in the morning. See, this is why you gotta start practicing the disciplines first, because you gotta get up early enough to catch that sunrise. You gotta do this for a good duration of days. Okay? You gotta be grounded when you do it. Can't have your cell phone near you, because that's bad for your fucking energy. That's why I'm always away from mine when we're talking. That's why you never see me holding, you'll almost never see videos of me holding the cell phone in my hand and talking to it. It's almost always going to be on a stand. Like, that's how fucking much I pay attention. Okay? I really don't give a fuck if anybody thinks that I'm crazy for the shit. Like, there's a reason that I can retain so much and keep learning so much and keep fucking having it just fucking roll out like it's nothing on a day-to-day basis. And it's only because of the fact that I did like a whole fucking year fasting. But it wasn't like solid, like, it was like I would. And I always do, I only eat once a day anyway. Right? And during that time, like, I was doing fasts. Like one time I was just had one apple a day. I did that for like, probably like a couple months. And then in between when I wasn't doing the apple a day, I was stretching out how many days that I could go without taking anything at all, just drinking water. You get me? And then fucking found out that Shilajit doesn't fuck up the fast, it just fuels you. So I took that, added that in, and that made it easier for me to start going a couple weeks at a time without fucking eating. You get me? Then there was a point when I had these Machino grapes that were growing in the backyard, so I ate those for like a month until I ran out of grapes. And yeah, when I was doing that, I was meditating, I was sitting outside and under the trees and shit. I was motherfucking, what do you call it? I was sun gazing pretty much every single day, but not with the eyes closed. Like, I can look at the sun still. I can still look at the fucking sun. I still fucking, every time I go outside and feel the sun, I automatically turn my face to it and just absorb it for a couple minutes. Do I believe in chakras? Well, I mean, look, this is the thing is, and see, like, you'll get this at some point, but like none of that shit even matters. Like, you'll understand what I mean later, but you have to go through all these different things first. Because it's like an ultimate cleanse. Is the best way that I can explain it to you. And once you go through that cleanse, it's like it took you fucking, like, think about it like this, time wise, it took you probably about 20 years for you to get to the point to where shit wasn't working right. Okay? So if you really fucking buckle down and fucking cleanse your shit properly, you'll notice. I mean, actually, you won't even notice. Like, that type of thing is, like, it's just, I don't know how to explain it. It's just nothing anymore. It doesn't fucking matter. That shit don't bother you. Like, it's, you need it. You need to do it. You'll go through all the little phases that everybody goes through. I see colors and fucking, I'm fucking astral traveling. And you'll go through all that shit. And then you'll realize that you don't even need to do all that shit no more. It was just to get you to a certain point to where you could accept certain things. But you can't get to that point without going through it. How does the fasting help? It's your autophagy. It cleanses out your system. That's all it's really all about, is like fully fucking resetting your system. Remember how, okay, look, here. Remember how when you were a little kid, how you had a billion questions and you were always trying to figure stuff out, and you had all these you had all this energy, and you had all these fucking things that were on your mind, and you could never fucking, like you couldn't get enough of trying to figure stuff out. Whatever you learned, you still know. That's how your mind could be right now. Most of you don't even know. Most of you fucking have blank minds. Literally. I know. Because that's what happens from all the chemicals. You don't even taste the chemicals. That's how much you're used to the chemicals. We were just talking about this the other day. Like, once you go through like a serious fast for like, and it's like you get to the point to where you're doing like an apple a day, or a motherfucking, to the point to where you're just drinking water and shit like that. Like, eventually, once you really figure it out and you start getting into the fruit juices and shit, then water itself makes you nauseous. Makes you sick to your stomach just trying to drink it. You guys have no idea how much your body is fucked off right now. Okay. One represents your basal ganglia. The other one represents the pons and the medulla. Right. And until you actually do it, like, and you know, there are people that are, I'm sorry, but there are some people that I've seen that are claiming some wild shit that just, I think that they're just trolling people. But they're, see, it's not that you'll get like superpowers. It's that you'll have your mind. You haven't had your mind in a long time. I don't think you remember what it feels like to have your mind. But once you do, like, you have to realize that you've learned so much fucking shit over this amount of time, and now you can't access none of it. Right? Yeah, clarity. Yeah, exactly. What's going to happen is, it's like you'll start to see things differently. You get me? Things won't bother you as much because you'll have gotten rid of all of it. Like you literally, look, this is the thing, is you literally cannot get rid of the problems that you have from your past without grounding yourself in sun gazing. Biologically speaking, scientifically speaking, you literally cannot get rid of it. That's why therapy is a waste of money. That's why medication is a waste of money. All your trauma and shit, anything that you're bothered by, you literally can rinse it out. But you just don't. Because you're walking around with motherfucking rubber shoes on all the time and everything blocks out the sunlight. You either got a hat on, sunglasses on, you put your hand up, motherfucker. Yo, if your eyes get hurt from the sun, you're in trouble. You need to start sun gazing with your eyes closed every single morning when the sun's coming up, when it's at the lowest temperature. Because temperature just means that it's not as close to you as quick. You get me? That's what temperature is. It's speed. It's further away. I don't mean further away like billions of fucking miles or some crazy shit. All that nonsense they be trying to feed y'all. It's not how magnetism works. It's not how nature works. So, you gotta do the cleanse, man. A lot of people tell you a lot of things will change your life. There's not really a lot of things that'll really change your life. Right? Think about it. Even if you get some new fancy stuff, it's only a matter of time before all those things that you used to think about keep popping back up. You have to cleanse it. That's the problem, is you're not cleansing it. Think about it. You got the same shit ruins your mind, the same shit bothers you, the same shit gets on your nerves, the same things keep popping up all the time everywhere you go. It just takes a matter of time before that cycle hits the back again. Well, that's because you need to cleanse that shit. The only way that you can cleanse that shit is cleansing the water. The water's where the memory's at. The only way to cleanse and reshape the water is by grounding yourself. The only way to give it the strength to actually work again is by the sunlight, because you've drained all of the salt out of the water. The salt, the crystal, is nothing but light that's stuck. It can't get stuck if you're not giving it any. McDonald's binge. Not me. See, I don't really fuck with meat no more. Like, I do still eat meat, but I don't eat meat like that. Like meat to me is like, toppings on a pizza. That's about as far as I'll take my intake of meat. I can't sit around eating steaks and shit. Like, can't do the burgers. Chinese food pretty much fell off the list as well. Fucking, the most meat that I actually consume is like toppings on a pizza, literally, because that's about the only thing that I still eat that has meat involved in it. It's not even that. Alright, it's not even the without hunting thing. It's more or less just not feeling the need to. Now, if I don't look, this is the thing, right? Is my body's how can I explain? You remember when you were a kid, how you can go days and days without eating, but your parents would make you sit down and eat? I hear you, Miller. Appreciate it. right? Think about that. I want you to realize something, right? When you were a little kid, your parents literally would have to make you sit down to eat. Did you eat today? Come here, let's go eat. As long as you were one of those kids that was running around outside barefoot, you weren't hungry. You did things that they told you not to do, like looked up at the fucking sun. You did it naturally because that's what you were naturally fucking supposed to be eating off of, was the sunlight. But they kept training you to eat. You feel me? They didn't realize it because they had been trained to eat. What does it say? You ever heard there was like this story or something about how when you go to hell you don't eat the food or you get stuck? Yeah, it's 3 meals a day, right? That was slowing everybody down. Outside of when the baby's breastfeeding and stuff like that, the food that you give it, you make it eat. Yeah, like I don't remember which story it was. I think it was like I think it was like a Greek story or something like that, where one of them was going down into hell and they're like, whatever you do, don't eat the food, don't drink the water, don't accept any gifts, you know, shit like that. Like, that was basically the guideline rules to it. Because, you know, those are all sins, like gluttony and shit like that. Gluttony, greed, lust, you know, that type of shit. I've heard a lot of things in my life, you know. But it makes sense, you know. It would make sense because eating the food is what actually locks you away from being able to think. Right? To be honest with you, like, if I'm not chilling with Mary Jane, I'm really not that hungry that often. Because of the fact that I went through those cleanses. Like, I really like freak out around like a week or two. Like after I get like past a week, like it's just more of a mental thing. But then, like, you know, when I start getting around 2 weeks, I kind of like still don't fucking like fully trust it that well yet. You get what I'm saying? I'd be questioning whether other people really made it past that and shit. Because I don't know anybody personally that has, but I hear all these claims. You get me? Personally that has, but I hear all these claims. You get me? So, you know, I'd be concerned. But I'd be feeling great though. You know, that's the weird part about it, is I do literally be feeling great. But that's the thing, is like most people fuck up and drain themselves out because they'll try to do it without the fucking sun gazing and the grounding. You're gonna fuck yourself up. Now you're just taking shit away from yourself and taking and not providing the extra energy. You get me? Well, no, that's the thing, is your mind's already being played with. Because, look, they got you believing the craziest shit. You know why you have parasites? because your body creates them to counter the shit that you're putting in it. It's not because you ate something and got parasites. Them worms will get dissolved in your fucking stomach. It's battery acid in there. Think about it like this, right? The acid that's inside your stomach, right? You ever seen one of them fucking things where they put their hand in a vat of acid and burn it up? That's what happens to everything that goes into your stomach. Alright? So what the fuck makes you think that you're gonna eat a worm and it's gonna grow in there? You're not. You get me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, the days that I wasn't fasting, I'd be taking the Shilajit and the sea moss. I had Shilajit, sea moss, Celtic salt, motherfucking Ormus gold, colloidal silver, burdock root, motherfucking, I had everything in liquid form. You get me? So, but the thing is like everybody was like, it's too expensive to eat fucking fruits and stuff like that. No, motherfucker, no the fuck it's not. Like, if you actually cleanse yourself, you don't feel it necessary to eat. That's the difference. Because in order for you to do this, you defeat your mind's, you defeat that programming that you're supposed to eat every day bullshit. You eat when you feel like you want to have something to eat. So like it's not a you feel like you eat because you need to eat thing anymore. See, right now, if you haven't done it, right, you can sit here and tell me till you're blue in the face that you know that you don't have to eat and shit like that, but you don't know. You're just saying it because you've heard it so much and you've seen all this proof that it's supposed to be like that. But you really don't know. You don't know until you actually fucking reset your system and see what your actual system operates like. Then you're going to be like, oh, that's what he meant. You really don't need to eat. It's not a need. Right now you think it's a need and you feel like it's a need and it fucking rips at your fucking gut and your mind and everything. Every time that you fucking, every couple of hours that shit goes off. You know? I gotta fucking make myself go and eat something. We don't operate the same. No, I don't eat to live. You see, that's what I mean. We don't. You see, See, this is the thing. Is like you won't even say things like that because the clarity won't allow you to. Because knowing the things that you're going to figure out, you'll actually be able to practice them because you'll have gone through like a whole year worth of fucking restructuring your whole system for discipline of what you want it to work. You understand? When you go through that for like a whole entire year, you're resetting the entire structure of your system completely to where once you've done it for like a couple of months, right? Like once you've gotten yourself down to 1 meal a day consciously, structure the time that you wake up, make sure you get your sun gazing. Once you get it to the point to where you start to routine that, everything else that like, you know, the routines that you're going through right now, they'll start to fade away as a need, and then you'll find that things just kind of you'll realize that things are already working in your favor. And because of the fact that you'll realize that, things will start to work in your favor even more. And it just becomes this reciprocal cycle of you realizing how much you're actually controlling the things around you, to a point to where you realize that you really don't need those practices, but you needed to go through them in order to know that you don't need them. You can't fully get it until you do it. That's just the thing of it. Like, because you have to get rid of all the programming that you've just had. That's basically what it is you're resetting your programming completely back to normal, which is what they consider supernatural. Notice it's supernatural. You're extra natural. Like, everybody thinks that supernatural is motherfucking better than natural. No, supernatural means that you're extra natural. You're very like, you're back to being in tune. There's nothing better than that. You can't get better than that. And you'll enjoy it. The more you do, and you'll enjoy it. The more you do it, the more you'll enjoy it. Look, I don't mind. I'll fast with you guys. I don't give a fuck. We can do a group fast. We can do a group fast training program. Train you guys how to fast properly. I don't give a fuck. We'll do it right here on TikTok. We'll make a big ass TikTok group and just have everybody fasting together. It makes it easier when you got somebody there. My brother was fucking fasting with me. He was fasting with me, meditating with me. Like, we weren't in the same state. You know, he was, you know, in his state and I was in my state, but motherfucking we were both practicing the same shit. It's a lot easier. Right? What's this about? We're just, you know, we were going through the symbolism because somebody asked me for the basics, but now we kind of steered off into you know, a nice cleanse, a good reset. That's what. Is it having side effects? No. No, I feel great. I'm thinking. No, you know, like, I really can't say that there is side effects to it, like, except for being able to. No, you know, like, I really can't say that there is side effects to it, like, except for being able to be very direct on things. Nah, this is just, you know, carrying the weight of others. That's all that is. So, yeah, I think it's about time for me to call it a day. It's about 3 o'clock. See, I fall asleep when it's time to sleep. I've been up. See, I'll be up in like 4 hours. Yes, I am, Moshiach. All right, I'll be up in like 3-4 hours. That's pretty much how much sleep I need, if that much. And we'll talk some more. Congratulations. Peace and love. Yeah, it's a all day, everyday thing. I am the Messiah in Israel. What are you talking about? You'll figure it out.